Hey, Hypnotic and Blast. Are you familiar with my game if you had no clue as an enjoyer of Souls games? Yeah. I mean, I certainly like Souls games more than Elden Ring. But, you already knew I was a goat? No, my first one is not a goat. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna put, this overlaid. Actually, I don't know. I can overlay this somewhere to, like, let you guys see what I'm doing. But, I don't know if that it's large enough to actually be do something like that. I don't know. Is that helpful? You can see what I press when I press. You can't really make sense of it, but I guess I'll keep it down there for now and see what it feels. Worst case, I mean, it's not really covering anything. Just kind of when I press a button here, right? Get a load of this. When I press this, and then you see it goes green. Yeah. So between streams, after yesterday, when we spent too much time hunting for the Erdtree fragments, I went ahead and looked up online all of the Erdtree fragment locations, and then I put markers down where every single one that's like accessible on the map now is. There's one in there that I didn't get. There was one to the left of the spawn location. There was one down here where the bird fucker was. There's a hippo down here. And we kill the hippo, we get a fragment. Which means we have to go back to the land of horrible performance. So let's... I'll place a beacon here and try to find my way over here. There we go. Works. Back this way. End of horrible performance. God, it was awful yesterday. It was so bad. I mean, there's not many times where I would not recommend rewatching a stream. Because, you know, I feel like most of the streams I make are pretty good. But the part where we were fighting the Deathrite bird out here, we were genuinely getting like 10 to 15 FPS trying to fight that thing. It was horrible. And I mean, you can see now it's not good, but it was bad. It was really bad. Like, genuinely unplayable. That's the gummy worms. I don't know exactly where this hippo is. I saw on the interactive map the, like, location that it said it was in. That's a cliff. That's a cliff. Okay, there's a cliff there. Good to know. We're accumulating knowledge. Information gathered. Assimilating that information. Now we're improving. Some of the areas are basically slideshow. In your case, you have a good PC. It's frustrating. Yeah, I mean, I am, you know, recording this in 1080, 60 FPS, which, you know, is certainly going to hurt the performance a little bit. But even when I was playing by myself, the performance was bad. Especially, have you finished the DLC? Have you done the final boss fight? Oh boy, that was a performance killer right there. Especially his big AoE nuke thing. Every single time he would do that, my FPS would drop to like 15. Let's hand the camera downward so I can see what's going on. Is it possible to put your 19 albinoric woman body pillows down as dependents on your 2025 tax returns? Yeah, I mean, you can put them down. Whether or not the IRS will catch on is a different question, but there's nothing stopping you from putting them down. Like, you can commit whatever crimes you want. Nobody's gonna stop you from committing crimes. It's just whether or not you get caught afterward that matters. Flower guy. The hippo should be up here somewhere. What the... What? Okay. That wasn't the stream lagging. That was the game freezing up for like a second and a half. Okay. I have not fought any of these hippos yet on a Dancepad. This is probably going to be annoying. Does he see me? I mean, it looks like he sees me. Probably open to his bite, right? Well, I meant the grab. I guess they're all bites. Oh, scary. Ah, we're dead. Nope, not dead. He missed. Okay, big delay on that one. The aim weight is so bad. And it sucks that this is like a good frame weight for this DLC. Man, I am not looking forward to the actual boss version of this boss. Stagger? Yeah, there we go. How bad is the input lag on a Dancepad? It's not bad, with one exception, which is... There goes our Fragment. Well, losing balance. Dark Souls games operate on a release system for controllers. That is, for dodging. You dodge when you release the button, not when you press the button. Which, when you're playing on a controller, you just tap, take finger off. When I'm playing on a Dancepad, I have to tap foot, take foot off, which is inherently slower than tapping a button. So I have to be a lot more proactive with pressing dodge, otherwise the dodge won't go off, because I won't have taken my foot off in time. Okay, I'm gonna get rid of the smoker, so we know we grabbed this one. X button. Use item? Yes. Oh shit. Okay, X is that. How do I remove this? Do I just click this again? Okay, remove, yeah. Hello? Okay, marker done. That explains why rolls feel delayed, especially whenever you're sprinting, strafing, and then dodging. What do you think of the final boss? Bad. Not good. Not good at all. I spent a lot of time yesterday talking about why that boss fight is bad, but it's just, it falls flat in so many different ways. So I don't actually know how to get up here. I saw on the wiki that you go southeast from here. I hadn't found the way up on my first playthrough, but I'm gonna try going southeast from here and seeing it. Home after a short but excruciating trip to one of your cousin's hometown. How's the Elden Ring Dancepad? Well, we just killed a hippo, and that's a win in my book. It's like my grandfather always said, if you can look back in life and see that you've killed at least one hippo, your life was worth living. You think the final boss was not it? You really liked Mesmer? Yeah, Mesmer was great. I mean, Mesmer reminds you that FromSoft does actually know how to design bosses, and then the final boss reminds you that FromSoft does not know how to design bosses. God, Mesmer's design was really cool. I loved Mesmer's snakes. Let's see, southeast from here, what they said. It was a really cool, like, visual spectacle. Even just, like, the intro cinematic having the snake there, and you're like, what is this? And oh, it's a guy. And then the second phase, he gets a bigger snake. And, like, it's cute. Yeah, I feel like Mesmer, Midra, well, Mesmer and Midra, maybe another one that I'm forgetting, were the DLC bosses that I was like, yeah, FromSoft knows what's up. They know how to, like, yeah, of course they know how to design bosses. I mean, they've got so much experience here. It's like FromSoft has multiple people working as developers on bosses or something, and one or two of them is really good, and then the rest of them are the people out here designing Promised Consort and Rellana. And the fucking Golden Hippo, god. Oh, and Gaius. God, I forgot about Gaius. Gaius was so bad. Okay. I said it was southeast here. Is there a path? Is that a path? It kind of looks like a path. Yeah, it looks like we go here. Rellana felt extremely turn-based to you? Rellana just felt like a clusterfuck. When I was getting into the fight for the first time, I was like, yeah, this has the makings of a good boss fight. You know, guy with sword usually have good tempo. They're about the size of the player, so they probably will be pretty interruptible or, you know, not super wild. And then that didn't play out. Thoughts on Elden Ring? You deleted your message. Do you not want my thoughts on Elden Ring? Do you mean like base game or? I don't know what happened to that dog that was following us. You loved Midra the whole run up to him. The atmosphere was awesome. The final boss came out of nowhere. I was not expecting it at all. Yeah, this is the DLC. That's what Shadow of the Erdtree is. Yeah. You know, I'm playing offline, and my first playthrough was offline, and just getting down to the abyss and having all of the messages with very indirect warnings. It gave very, like, Sekiro vibes when you get to, like, the headless guys, or whatever they're... All of, like, the Undying guys, where there would be, like, random, like, warnings posted up, and you get into the area and be super foggy, and, it's been a while, but it was, like, a really cool atmosphere that they did with that, and they did a similar thing with the Abyss, and it was really cool going in it for the first time. It was a little bit disappointing because the Abyss was very empty. It was a very big area. It looked very cool. The gimmick was really interesting. And there just wasn't really anything in it. There was like a cookbook. And I think there was like a church with some Erdtree fragments. And that was really about it. Oh, and obviously Midra's castle area. Man, I can kill everything except this guy. There we go. Because I spent a bunch of time wandering around the Abyss and thinking that there was, you know, stuff, and then there just wasn't. It was a similar thing with the Cerulean Coast, where the Cerulean Coast basically just had a bunch of tombs with, like, ghost glovewort sitting on top of it. And that was about it, which is pretty disappointing because it's a really beautiful area, and a lot more could have been done with it. The open areas of the DLC feel very open, but the condensed areas feel very condensed. Yeah, one of my least favorite things about this DLC is just the inconsistency. Because there are some really good areas in the DLC. There are some really beautiful areas. There are some, miss. It's poison. Heal. Again. Get him eventually. Like, genuinely, whoever designed Shadowkeep and Mesmer, that is by far the highlight of the DLC. that should have been the end of the DLC. Like, that... The quality of the level design in the Shadowkeep and Mesmer as a boss felt incredible. And then comparing that to, like, a Near Elim, the whole final sequence felt so out of left field. Because, like, in Near Elim, the fuck's a Near Elim? I don't remember ever hearing that name before. It kind of just felt like Lanedell again, aesthetically. Oh yeah, the gang squad was bad. At least you could summon guys to help you. You love the lore and the secrets the DLC gave you? I mean, I've never really been big on Elden Ring's lore just because it's always been kind of weird. I also haven't interacted with it enough to really form a conclusion on it. I remember thinking that the whole end lore with Radahn taking Mohg's body or whatever felt very... It's weird. I didn't really remember that being built up much. I heard it was in NPC questlines and stuff, but I didn't do those questlines. So when it happened, it was very just... What is going on now? You wanted to be Miquella's consort, you don't know why I had to be evil. I like my socks? Thank you. I've never actually been to Prospect Town. I guess I'll sit around here, see what's going on up here. I know there's a Erdtree fragment that I marked on the map. But I'm gonna see what's in the rest of this area. Although, if it's anything like the last area we're in, it's going to be miserable. Because you know, Cairo's Hidden Grave, really cool area, visually. You know, big red flowers, really cool looking. And then inside of it, you've got a furnace golem with reinforced legs that is, like, impossible to kill with melee weapons. You've got a Deathrite bird, which just has absurd damage values on it. You have a boatman that summons fucking revenants. And you've got a hippo. And that's basically the area. Oh, and then there's like a jail at the end. Another one of the copy-paste dungeons. Okay. I'm just gonna get this fragment. I'm trying to level up my blessing as much as possible before we get to Rellana. There was another one in the dragon area that we could get. Oh. Can see that guy coming. Somewhere up here. Oh, it's raining. Let's kill the performance. So, how much damage do regular weapons deal in this DLC, right? Like, I'm power stancing Ultra Greatswords, and I've been doing that for everything in the DLC, even on my first playthrough, just because this was the character that I had, and I made a backup to do it on a Dancepad. If I was using, like, a katana, or a straight sword, or even just, like, one greatsword, like, how much damage would I be dealing to these guys? So we finally have to find out what Melania whispered to Radahn in that preview they showed us 2 years ago? Oh, what did she whisper? Oh, it's the pot guy. We have to kill the pot guy. Hold on. Come on. Get him. Oh! Fuck off. Okay, the guy we have to kill. I wonder if I can save him quick and he'll be back. There's all his buddies, that was the problem. Except if you don't kill the pot man. I don't get my item drop. He drops the upgrade material. There will be random guys with pots that run away, and they drop the, like, extremely important upgrade materials. Is there another guy? Yeah, there is. Hey, welcome back, Yuka. Use the Uchi Katana. You're doing around 850 at the Scatter Tree level 10 with 80 dex. That's still level 125. Okay. I think I was hitting for around 2,000 something with my double jump attacks around that point. We're only at Blessing level 3 right now, I think. Let me save and quit, and hopefully this guy will be back when we load back in. Menu, escape, system, scroll here, quick game. Yes. You tried dex build first, gave up pretty quick. You really need the stance pressure. Not the most damage, the main problem you had with the Uchi was the lack of stance damage. Makes sense. I mean, it's hard stance breaking guys with the double ultra greatsword sometimes. I think most of like the regular knight enemies, it takes a jump attack and 3 double ultra greatsword L1 swings. Yeah, Palmet's back. To stance break them, which is usually enough damage to just kill them. Or like they'll break 1 hit from death. Okay, yeah, we got the fragment, it just didn't show up. Okay. On to the next one. There's supposedly a guy with a pot over here. I don't think we ever got him. So we subscribe for Dancepad gameplay, of course. What else could we be talking about? I don't know, Terraria videos? Unsheath was the main way of dealing stance damage, but spamming the Astral was not the most fun. Yeah, I remember... on my first playthrough, I was using the Uchi Katana. And I remember spamming Unsheath a lot because it dealt a ton of damage and just did... It poise breaked guys really easily. Okay, okay, looks like he's on this cliff off to the right here. Looking for a guy with a pot. Guy with a pot. Pot man. There he is. I see him. Going for him. Get him. Got him. Holy shit, man. Can you kill the dog? Wow, that took ages. It's also kind of dumb. I think you have to pick up the fragment when these guys die. If you don't pick up the fragment, you lose it permanently. Yep, From moves more towards deflecting. Yeah, they added the deflecting, like, wondrous flask thing in this game, didn't they? Don't you get it from the Bonus Golem that's, like, right here? Yeah, I never used it, because I have a double Ultra Greatsword built, and blocking's not in the cards. But I've heard it's very good. Okay, we got that one. There should be a fragment here that we missed. Doesn't deal posture poise damage when deflecting, so it's not the exact same as Sekiro. What does it do? Just negate damage then? Negates damage and boosts scout counters. Okay. Yeah, I mean, honestly, if Elden Ring just had a built-in deflection system that functioned with every weapon, I feel like that would make the game a lot more interactive to play. Because, like, in Sekiro, you're just deflecting with your katana, right? It's not like you're holding out a shield. And I feel like that would still allow them to retain all of the different builds, which is kind of what Dark Souls... one of the main differences between Dark Souls combat and Sekiro's combat is Dark Souls, you have a ton of different builds you can use. Whereas in Sekiro, you basically just have... the default one. Then we got into the DLC because I haven't played a lot of Elden Ring. And I feel like if there was just a system to innately allow the player to deflect, you could still retain all the different builds and things. You have Kusabi Maru and some tools. Yeah. I know there was like the monk punch upgrade path too, but for the most part you just have your weapon. And that was what allowed the combat to be so fun, is because FromSoft knew exactly what the player had and would just build around that. It's somewhere up here. It's the Skadorpian Tower, which I think was over here, isn't it? Yeah, this is where we need to be. Okay. My only jump is bound to my jump double attack, which is why we keep... Dead. I'm dead. Scorpion down. Oh, he didn't die. One light attack. Other than Rellana and Promised Consort. I mean, I wouldn't even say I hated Rellana. Like, I didn't like Rellana, but I didn't hate Rellana. The only bosses I think I hated were Promised Consort and Commander Gaius. Commander Gaius was awful. God, what a dog shit boss. I did Rellana dodging with double ultra greatswords. Yeah, there's the fragment. Commander Gaius felt like he had horrible hitboxes. He does. Also, the fact that he just... Like, I still don't understand how to dodge Commander Gaius's charge that he does. Because he opens with it every single fight. He charges directly at you. And it feels like a crapshoot whether or not you actually can dodge the attack successfully. It's so, like... It's such a tight dodging window. And it felt like I would dodge at the exact same time and I'd miss 30% of the time. Actually, more than that. Probably like 60% of the time. Okay, I think the... Don't you have to dodge directly into him? Do you? I don't know. We were trying a bunch of things, and it didn't feel like stuff worked. Okay. There was one more... There were more fragments down here. We should be able to go get them. It's in the boulder rolling area. There should be 2 Erdtree fragments down here. We don't have a map, so I'm not really sure where I'm going. Oh, this is just new game. I'm not gonna do this on New Game Plus. Do I need to kill these guys for Egon's quest? I guess I might as well. On account of these bosses... Wait, is this guy just gonna die to the other dragon? Hold on. Camera... Not that bad. We'll kill each other. Saniso? Oh god, I died way more to Saniso than I did to Bale. I first tried Bale. I died like 5 times to Saniso. Okay. Okay. Apparently that was a turnaround. I guess I'll just wait for them to kill themselves first. Oh, I don't even get a Stake of America. Okay. Good damage values. I think one will kill the other one, you get a 1v1. Makes sense. On my first playthrough, I just killed the one with the boss health bar, and then the other one was kind of there. I mean, a lot of it just comes down to coordination, Hypnotic. Coordination and practice. After you do enough stuff on a Dancepad, you kind of just get used to it enough to be able to do other stuff. We lost lock on. Wrong one. Kill each other. I mean, the thing is, like, Dancepad... Dancepad lawnmower only would not be interesting. It would, Lawnmower only was not mechanically challenging. Why are you attacking me? Leave me and Mimic Tier alone. That goes through the... Why even have terrain? Right, now I'm going to side road. Fragment Mimic here. Okay, good damage. God! I get that I'm a little bit behind in my blessings or whatever right now, but holy shit! Fire breath. We're dead. Stagger? Okay. Yeah, I'm controlling the game with the DDR mount. That was a hell of a fight. Okay. Well, Egon's happy with us at least.
What a sight. A warrior true, if ever one there was. A fellow Drake warrior. Egon. Piteous Egon. Do you not remember? Conjure your past, how once you were. When
I'm not fighting the next dragon. Sanso or whatever. Personally, love the DLC, but as a pure int mage character, you felt very starved. Very few pure into anything in the DLC that's not Gerbo. I mean, as a double ultra greatsword build, I felt like there was practically nothing that I really improved on.
Drake warrior. Dear friend.
You want to drop any of some support? You started watching, you recently did all your choice stuff. You don't want spoilers for DLC. Wish you good luck and have fun. Alright, thank you, Kibo. Yeah, this guy's gonna finger us. Okay. Oh, do we have a grace? I am currently out of heals. Unless, did I get some for killing them? No. You know, I'm gonna fast travel back to the Grace we came from, spend these runes, and then come back here. Yeah, that is... That fight right there, I feel like encapsulates so much of the problems with this DLC, where just the damage those drakes were doing were ridiculous. They were also just a copy-paste enemy from the base game. Let me see how many runes I need. I think I can get 2 levels out of this, but I need to pop some. Oh, I have my blessing I can use. Okay, up to level 5. I think we can get to 6 before Rellana, if we get everything. Let's see. I need about 230,000 runes, looks like. I think we still have Melania's soul. Yeah. Thanks for gets there. Damn nice legs. Thank you. It's Melania's soul. Level up. What do we get out of strength? I mean, that's still pretty good returns. Oh, we're like 4,000 souls short. Gotta pop something else. Uh, 7,500. I'll get there. Level up. 2 points in strength. From horse. Okay, and then I think after the 2 spirit springs to go up here, we take a right, and there should be, I think, 2 Erdtree fragments up there. And that'll hopefully get us to level 6. Drink some water. Shot it for on consort, but Holy Fingerprint Shield has 90% holy damage negation. I take one with Dancepad. Okay, I'll consider it. I've got a Fingerprint Shield plus 25 right now, from when we did Melania in the base game. I'm not going to be using double ultra great swords for Radon. That's not happening. It was hard enough trying to do that on a controller. The man is very difficult to stagger, and you cannot trade hits with them, which is kind of a key part of the double ultra greatsword strategy. Okay, in here, I think. So yeah, I've got a fully upgraded Godskin Stitcher, and Holy Black Steel gets 100% holy negation, also less stability. I feel like stability is going to be pretty vital. It's not there, is it? It might be. That's a purple. Yeah, there we go. It was only 1 fragment. Okay, I think there's another Grace up here before Bale. I'll grab that one. We are not fighting this asshat. I died more times to this guy than I did to Bale. I didn't die to Bale on my first playthrough. This guy died like 3 or 4 times. Like I said, we're not fighting Bale right now. but I just want to hit the Grace before Bail, so when we do want to fight him, we can just come right up to him. New game +7, use Holy Fingerprint Shield and bleed on Sir Rapier for bleeding raw. Do you have enough for another upgrade? I do. Okay. Well, we were at +6 blessing. Which is twice what we were at before going and grabbing this stuff. I think that was every blessing that I could get. As of right now. There's one down here. Oh, that might just be me marking the one over here. Yeah. Send stacks is a cool joke, a lightning dragon and a puddle of water for max lightning damage. Yeah. Yeah, I think that was everything. There's another one before Rellana, but I think it's only one, and I don't think it's going to be enough to upgrade again. So yeah, on to Castle Ensis, which is one of the most... The whole scouting area, like I was talking about yesterday, the whole scouting area in the DLC is such a disappointment to me. Gravesite Plain just feels like discount Lanedale. Like the aesthetic of the place, it's just Lanedale coded. It doesn't really feel that much different from normal. And then you walk through, and the first like major new area outside of Belarus is just like a fort filled with guys from Korea Manor that you fight in like the first 10 hours of the game. Oh, and then you have Moonwithil, who just does like your entire HP in one hit for some reason. I remember Moonwithil. Okay, let's get past this guy. I'm fighting you. I remember I was streaming my first playthrough for a day until we got past Rellana, and then the game just kind of lost my interest for streaming it. And having Moonwithil just immediately chunk you for 80% of my HP with 60 vigor and pretty high defense if he scratched me was such a slap in the face. Nope, that's not. That. Grab. Oh, hold on. No. Wrong thing. Oh, we can't take the Grace, because there's... Jump. Damn. I couldn't jump over that. Okay. Well, the Grace is right there. That's not tough to get to. Elden Ring DLC. You wouldn't be you without the performance issues. Actually, toggled off my sword as I was trying to grab the Grace. So you can't light Graces if there are enemies nearby in Elden Ring. I remember that part. I know you can't rest at them, but you can't light them either. You can get a single Ultra Greatsword with the up and down sword swing from DS3. Like the Greatsword in Dark Souls 2. When you say up and down, I'm trying to... I don't remember Ultra Greatswords in Dark Souls 3 that well. I remember the Dark Souls 2 one, you'd go like straight down and then straight up though. Moonwheel Knight sword skill might have the highest poise damage in the game. As Glintblade Phalanx has like 60, so assume bigger versions would have more. I'm not even talking the weapon art. I mean just... Grab it, grab it. Okay, we got it. Moveset originated in DS2. Okay. Copy now. Copy. Counter. It's fine, we'll just respawn with that grace. Alludes to that you're properly celebrating the last day of Pride by watching a dancing fanboy. Are there only 30 days in June? I don't remember. For some reason, I feel like my webcam has like this, like yellow or green aura. I don't know if it's just like the carpet or what. Or if it's like something to do with the lighting. The color on it feels like a little bit off to me, and I'm not sure why. Okay, where do I go now? Is DS2 truly that bad? I love Dark Souls 2. Dark Souls 2 is, I mean, at this point, my second favorite of the Soulsborne games that I've played. I haven't played Bloodborne, I haven't played Demon Souls, but I find Dark Souls 2 more charming than Dark Souls 3, even if it's, you know, mechanically not quite as refined. Elden Ring, I have a lot of problems with Elden Ring. It's probably my least favorite. Not that it's bad, but I have pretty much never had the urge to replay Elden Ring. It feels much more like a chore in a lot of places than a fun game, especially as you get late game. Man, I don't even, like, I'm pretty sure Moonwheel would just, like, poke me with his sword and it would deal, like, 80% of my damage, not even the weapon art. Or 80% of my HP. Yeah, I had a lot more fun playing Dark Souls 2 for the first time than I did playing Elden Ring for the first time. And it's not like DS2 is an incredible paragon of gaming. Tried to play Dark Souls 1 on the 360 and you had no idea what you were doing. I feel like that's the best way to experience Dark Souls 1. If you know what you're doing, it's a very different experience in the game. Oh god, don't we have to platform along the waterfall here? Okay. Waterfall dance. Don't fall. Okay. I feel like all of Elden Ring's issues come down to devs not playing the game themselves. Unavoidable did Radon damage this and said that he thinks Miyazaki can't even beat the boss. Yeah, I saw that, and you say damageless. Isn't that because, like, some of the boss's attacks are, like, not dodgeable? They have to be either, like, parried or blocked or deflected? I remember feeling that way about, especially, like, his 1-2 cross-slash combo. Where I just could not find a way to dodge it unless I just happened to luck out with terrain and one of the slashes went over my head. I mentioned this yesterday, but I feel like a mark of how bad the final boss is when I killed Melania in the base game, easily the hardest boss in the base game, I was itching to play her, to fight her again. I immediately made a new character with the goal of doing PvP with a Melania build, rushing Melania at a very low rune level and low weapon upgrade level, so I could do PvP around, I think, like Stormvale, and summon as help, around like the Stormvale Lyonia area, and had a blast going to do that. Radon, I don't want to fight him again. Radon is incredibly hard, or maybe even just straight up luck based for some guide you watched. The guy just said, I don't know what I did in half the moves. Yeah, I don't know how I dodged his final, like, nuke from the sky. I just happened to get lucky, and it only did like 80% of my HP instead of killing me. I think I got hit by the first couple parts of it and then dodged the big part. But especially when you're using a slow weapon like double ultra greatswords, a lot of Elden Ring's bosses have this problem, and it's very prominent in the DLC, where they can just decide that their openings are not actually openings. You don't have times to punish. The nuke you just run out of, I mean, that's... No. I don't mean the one that he does upon entering phase 2. I mean the one where he flies in the sky and then comes down as a meteor. The one that he does at, like, 20% HP. Oh, okay, shortcut. Nice. I mean, it can't be completely undodgeable. Like, there must be some way if you, like, abuse Bloodhound steps or, like, have perfect timing or something that you... Because, I mean, people have done the fight damage list. You run to the very corner of the map. Are you serious? That's how you dodge it? It just has a small part where the hitbox doesn't hit? That's, like, the no-hit strategy. If people, like, fight the boss without taking damage, they just run to the corner of the map. Block the nuke. Man, that's how you know the boss is bad, is when really skilled players, when fighting the boss without taking damage, just run away from the boss, instead of actually engaging with the attacks and dodging them. On New Game Plus 7, it was not blockable. Don't think damage this is ever intended or something the bosses should be designed around? Why? Like, why not? What's the logic behind making bosses undodgeable? Is it just to force, like, the player to have to get hit? I don't think that's rewarding or satisfying or anything. You know, in games like Terraria, it's passable, but in something like, you know, a Soulsborne games, whether you get hit or not is a pretty big thing. And having bosses that just can't be dodged, and require you to either do strategies like running to the corner of the arena and just sitting there, or getting lucky. In a skill-based game, there shouldn't be things like that, right? The idea, at least up until Elden Ring's design philosophy, was that a skilled player can dodge things, won't take damage, and will be able to win pretty much regardless of anything else. That's why Dark Souls is very popular with challenge runs. Right? It's why people really enjoy doing challenge runs of Dark Souls, is because once you're good at the game, you can, you know, run around enemies and punch them to death with your fists. It's heavily constraining the design doesn't necessarily make for fun fights. The fact that bosses can be dodged is constraining the design. What is the logic, though? Like, what design isn't being explored because the boss is dodgeable? Like waterfowl dance? Waterfowl dance is like one of the most hated attacks in the base game, and like, yes, it's dodgeable, but it's very annoying to dodge. Resource management? I don't think resource management is something that would make the game more fun. You can fight the way... You can use resource management in the game, it's just not forced. Like, you can be tanky and heal things, you're just not forced to manage your resources. A skilled player can do things without resource management. Like, poise tanking with heavy armor, like, that's what I'm doing here. Like, I'm managing my health. Is this where Moonwithill is? God, I do not want to do Moonwithill. I just run past him. It is not worth trying to fight him. Don't care what that is. Just get it. Oh shit, there's nothing in here. Okay. That's the same thing then. What's the logic there? Why should there always be stats agnostic options? Because it's not about it being an option. It's about a skilled player being able to play the game regardless of stats. Right? It's about the fact that once you get good at the game, you don't need to rely on your stats. You can just, through a good sense of timing and skill, play the game. You don't need to be constrained by, I'm forced to take damage here, and therefore need to have X amount of HP or defense or flasks or something like that. Like, soft DPS tests are one thing, which Elden Ring has quite a few of. Hard DPS tests would be like if a boss has a forced mandatory healing mechanic. Like, you know, if you don't do X damage within this amount of time, the boss just fully heals and they are not killable. There's games you played with plenty of unavoidable damage where managing your healing and resources is a fundamental part of the game. Okay, but are those games designed to be heavily skill-based and follow, like, the Dark Souls formula? Like, yes, things like that can be fun, but this isn't a game where that philosophy shines through. It's much better to play a game where that is the designing force, like, you know, MMOs, very common thing. You know, taking damage, managing your health, and using that to fight bosses and stuff. But that's best kept in a different game than trying to be brought into a game where that sort of gameplay just is frustrating. Is managing your resources and options and careful planning not skill-based? Not in the same way that this is. Like, yes, it is a skill, but it's not skill-based gameplay in the sense of Dark Souls. Like, FromSoft's peak game design is Sekiro. And Sekiro is not a resource management game. And adding, you know, forced unavoidable damage into Sekiro would not be good. I missed time to jump a little bit. And Elden Ring should have been taken more in Sekiro's direction. Not this one. Plus, force damage also almost always ruins every challenge run. Yeah, and it's also usually a big middle finger to speedruns. Where it usually requires a specific build around for that thing, which can often be very annoying. And like, I'm a person that does a lot of challenge runs. So I'm very against things like force damage, forced healing mechanics. Removes game replayability and overall content. I don't see a world in which introducing mandatory forced damage into the game is an improvement. At best, I feel like it would be neutral. Like, the game already kind of has that. Isn't Moog's the heal undodgeable? There's like a physic you can grab that gives you immunity to bleed or whatever for the duration, but aren't you pretty much just forced to take 3 bleed triggers? Oh, he's in here. Blast gives immunity to the damage. The bleed still applies every nihil, so damage is not dodgeable. That feels like a token thing for spectacle, rather than a serious mechanic of the fight. I mean, that's usually the main mechanic in the fight whenever I fight mode, because, like, yeah, it's a spectacle, but it's usually the part of the fight that I have to plan around the most, because he's doing more than your entire HP bar and damage unavoidably. You just have to sit there and chug flasks, and like, that's not fun. There are plenty of other boss fights where bosses will do things like that, but you just iframe it, right? You just time your dodge roll for when he does the nihil thing. Like, if he did out like a shockwave, and if you didn't dodge it, you would bleed. If you did dodge it, you wouldn't take damage. I feel like that would be a more fun way of doing that, because as is, it's kind of just like, okay, well, I guess I stand still, don't do anything, and just chug Estus when he does it. That's it. It's not rewarding. Just sitting there taking the bleed and then healing through it. But that's your only option. That, or you go out of your way to find the specific item that gives you immunity to damage. And just drink that. If it was a shockwave, you'd be like, oh, I guess I roll like in literally every fight. Yeah, I mean, that's the game. Rolling is how you deal with it. I mean, it could be a ground shockwave. You could have to jump it. But Sekiro has 2 evasion mechanics, dodging and jumping. And jumping is usually just a worse dodger. Like, sure, it would be less original, but it would be more fun than what's currently implemented. Oh, right. There was a shortcut that I opened. I forgot about that. I mean, don't get me wrong. I would love if Elden Ring gave you other options besides just dodging. Because Sekiro did, and Sekiro was amazing. I would love to be able to deflect and stance break and do everything you can do in Sekiro and Elden Ring. But you can't, and you're stuck with just rolling. So your options... Most of the fun you had in Elden Ring was giving them material silly loadouts and having it fight stuff. Yeah, Mimic Tier is fun. I don't... The whole Spirit Ash idea in Elden Ring, I feel like, was pretty cool. What I didn't like was how many bosses seemed to be designed around Spirit Ash. Like all the multi-boss fights, where controlling their aggro was just a nightmare. Three putrid crystallions in a cave. Can we get a grace around here? I can't keep running from Moonvithil forever. How many of the multi-bosses are unique? I don't know if any of the multi-bosses are unique. I can't think of a single multi-boss in the game that doesn't have a boss that's reused elsewhere. I mean, I can't kill Moonvithil. It's not gonna happen. I guess I could try, but... I gotta kill the dogs. The dog was being a real pain. That's a good question. Is there a single multi-boss in Elden Ring that's actually unique? Let's see the Kinesis. A multi-boss that isn't just taking a boss from elsewhere in the game. And combining it with somebody else. Elden Ring, for dodging it to dodge, Asher War Vow, the Unavoidable. Aren't every single multi-boss some dude you fought like 30 minutes ago, but now there's two of them? From what I remember, yeah. Now, Elden Ring has so many bosses, it's possible that's not true, but honestly, I can't think of a single one where that's true. Honestly, like, half the bosses in Elden Ring are reused to begin with. How do you translate skill of a game to the capability of playing said game well on a Dancepad? It depends on the game. Something like Elden Ring, skill on a controller is not really translatable to skill on a Dancepad just because the timings are a little bit different. They're roughly similar, and you'll know how to get items. You'll know when you need to dodge things, but you'll need to learn the coordination to do it on a Dancepad. You could not just walk up and start doing it. It's much more important to be skilled at doing things on a Dancepad than to be skilled at the game in the first place. Can we just lock onto this dog? There we go. Now, if skill of the game will certainly help, but it's more important to be skilled at doing it with a Dancepad to begin with than it is to... Hey, take 3 of trying to run past Moonvithil. Because from what I remember, Moonwithil just has an absurd amount of HP, like all NPC enemies, and also has like 2-shot damage. Okay, gate we need to open. Oh no, it's here. Hold on. Get the gate. Shit. I thought the gate was on my... I see how it works. I thought it was a smaller door. Being skilled at the game gives you the proper know-how of how to approach and plan things, but you get your mechanics by being skilled at using a Dancepad. Yeah, I mean, stuff I've done on a Dancepad. I did, you know, the Path of Pain and Hollow Knight on a Dancepad. I did Challenge 70 and Rainwood on a Dancepad. I did base game Elden Ring. I'm doing the DLC now. I also just beat Hollow Knight on a Dancepad. Just less impressive than the Path of Pain. They do chess on a Dancepad? Depends. I mean, you'd probably lose to time. Just because of how long it would take to move pieces around, you'd be a lot slower than a regular player, and if there was a timer, you'd probably get a loss by virtue of that. The other thing about a Dancepad is there's a strong element of just physical endurance that you need to be able to play things for a long time. Come on, get it. Get it. Okay, okay. And then I think we just jump off here. Is Moonwithil still following us? Yes, he is. Yes, he is. I hope I'm right here. I was not right. Okay. We do not jump off there. I think we go to the right there. Are they jumping you? You have iframes when you, Die to the crossbow guy. Oh, okay, we ducked it. When you're opening things, so whenever you're opening something, anything chasing you will just jump on top of you repeatedly. Still, it's a hell of a lot better than actually fighting Moonwithil. Lost balance a little bit there. And that opaline bubble tier is really not doing anything. Keeps getting popped on those mage guys. door's open now, though. Alright, where are we going? Is it left? I think it's left. Okay, is Moonwraith still chasing me? He's probably still chasing me. I think there's a ladder behind this guy, or a lift. Yeah, there is. Get on the lift. We made it. Okay, now we can actually fight Rellana. At least I think this is where she is. What you saw on the wiki, there are not any unique multi-bosses. What a disappointment. What is the most significant impact the Dancepad has on how I have to play? Probably the camera. It's very, very difficult to control the camera. I have to have a separate control scheme and rely heavily on lock-ons. You know, other stuff is difficult, but the camera controls are immensely problematic. And especially because a lot of the bosses in this game, well, in any Souls game, you have a lot of camera issues. Okay. Well, let's see how Rellana goes. Yeah, I do not remember her attacks at all. Okay, right, that's it. She got just infinite combos. There's Joy, Elder Inquisitor. And Esgar, Priest of Blood, has a dog with him. Okay, well, I need to just relearn Rellana's attack patterns, because one of the things with Elden Ring that plays into how I was mentioning it feeling like a chore sometimes, is I feel like there's very little intuition with the game. It's just memorizing exactly what bosses do. And so I just have to remember exactly when Rellana attacks and exactly when her combo chains end. Because it's very difficult to visually identify when that happens. The other thing is I have to be moving constantly with the Dancepad. Okay, very long delay. What I remember in her first phase, usually when she does a double slash, that indicates the end of her combo chain. Not true at all in her second phase. Identifying her second phase combo ending is going to be really difficult, but... Okay, just very long charge up slash there. She's gonna input read me? This is fake. What? Yeah, you can tell it's fake by how well I'm playing. Really, incredible. Clearly nobody could have this much skill on a Dancepad. The way I'm dodging these attacks. Yeah, because you need to be holding down a direction in order to roll, I need to constantly be ready to roll at a moment's notice. So I need to constantly be moving, otherwise I just backstep, which would get me killed. I can really feel all these fragments helping. Wonder if parrying her would be easier? Doesn't matter if it's easier, I'm not gonna do it. Parrying's just lame, comparatively. I have never found parrying in Elden Ring to be fun. Like, sure, it's effective against certain bosses, but I never have fun parrying. You didn't enjoy Melania until you learned how to parry her? I loved Melania without parrying her. I think she's a really fun boss to dodge roll. Follow up. Okay, she keeps going. She keeps going. The sides are opening isn't an opening. Did she start doing another combo chain, or was that the same combo chain? That was like 10 hits in phase 1. I really wanted to see. She wasn't doing much damage to me, and I seemed to be, like, strafing her attacks pretty effectively. I wanted to see if I could just sit there and L1 spam until she staggered. And honestly, if I was doing that from full HP, I might have been able to. Now, granted, all that gets is a stagger. It's not like... the end of the world or anything. Okay, maybe not. Maybe not. I can definitely afford to trade hits with her in phase 1, though. She does not do that much damage to me. I'll need to back out after a little bit, but I could definitely get some hits in. I wonder if I can also just run at her when she's doing her magic attack and just eat the blades when they hit me, at least in phase 1. In phase 2, she summons a bit too many. They do a bit too much damage. But... oh, shit. Okay. Oops. Didn't take my flask. Almost gotta recognize it. I don't know if it's worth trading damage. I'll have to... oh, that hit me? Okay. I was a bit too slow on the uptake. Can I do something? Okay. I'll just get a feel for the timing though. That's an easy attack to punish from what I remember. One of the things that I really dislike about the plague of second phases that kind of started in Dark Souls 3 and is pretty much true of every boss in Elden Ring, is it makes learning the first part of the fight feel pointless a lot of the time. Or actively detrimental, because you'll pick up on cues or... you know, we have a bubble here. Let's just go in. Okay. That's what I got. I think I should be more aggressive. So about 75% HP she does that attack. It was very unfortunate timing. I was low enough that I didn't think I could take any of those hits, and it actually worked out well, because the timing of the swords coming in for the first one happened to line up with the first sword swing. Then I just mistimed the second one. It's got a particular delay to it. Is the big sword an instant kill? No, I've just been low enough in HP that it didn't kill me. It probably does about half my HP, if I were to guess. But combine that with the first sword swing, or in that case, the fact that I was low on HP to begin with. I didn't. Yeah. I sure do love fighting bosses and going to attack them, and then they just jump out of the way. That was one of my favorite design decisions that Elden Ring made. is just randomly allowing bosses to decide that their openings are no longer openings. Follow. Okay. Not usually how she does that. Oh, damn. That was... I pressed down on the roll button for too long, which meant I sprinted instead of rolling. Sorry, completely my bad. I don't know who that is, Carrie Kip, but... Like, I'm sure you can find exceptions to any general statement, but... As a whole, I don't think. That's good. I barely even remember that conversation. That was like half an hour ago. It's the equivalent of, like, thinking of something in a shower well after, like, a week after being in an argument. Okay, we're just stuck on that pole. Okay, no. Is that reactive, depending on how far away I am from her? Because usually she follows that up with a double slash immediately in front of her, but I guess maybe if I'm at a distance, she follows it up with the range thing? I really should just be getting in her face and trading hits. We got unlocked. Whoops, we're totally dead. Yeah, accidentally pressed the unlock button. It's not worth trying to dodge her. It's just not. The amount of damage we deal attacking once in an opening, and the amount of chip damage we incidentally take, it's better to just be very aggressive in interface. Oh, we might even get a stagger out of it. Oh, those do, like, no damage. Wow, okay. Shit, that hit me. Combo keeps going. We can't trade damages effectively in her second phase, but we gotta just get in her face. It's that combo that killed me is, I think, from what I remember, the most dangerous part of that phase. Because it just keeps going. And she moves herself across basically the entire arena when she does it. It's very difficult to avoid. Oops. This is the boss Jerma hated. I can... Did he play the other parts of the DLC? Did he get to, like, Commander Gaius in the final boss? In worst case, like, we can always summon Mimic Tier. I don't think we need to, but Mimic Tier will make a joke of this boss, I feel like. I don't think he's gonna finish the DLC. Poor guy is too old for this now. I can definitely understand. This was... I remember going into this in the first phase and thinking this might be a fun boss. And then by the time I killed Rellana, just... After Rellana was the point where I was like, man, I'm not really having fun with this DLC. I'm gonna just play it off stream and stop streaming it. I could definitely understand, though. Like... I do think the DLC improves after Rellana, but then it also goes back down once you get to a Neolim. Find a place to heal. We done? No, we still going? Hopefully it doesn't be poison damage. about me. Let's go for it. I totally dodged that. That was the not taking my foot off fast enough. Damn, that was really good. If we had dodged that, we would have staggered her at a really good time as she was going into her second phase. We probably could have gotten her down to like a third of her HP. And then at that point, it's just trying till eventually we can DPS her down. She doesn't have that much HP. Being at plus 6 flask level is phenomenal for this. I remember this being so much worse when I was here at like plus 2 or plus 3. Oh, not flask. Erdtree fragment level. She does so much less damage to me in comparison. I do love when bosses just decide their openings are not openings. 7, A-Clown. Yeah, I would like... So, to explain something, I could be summoning Mimic Tier right now. And honestly, if we summon Mimic Tier, we'd probably first try this boss. But I would rather not summon Mimic Tier unless I feel that I have no other option, or unless the boss is just miserable to begin with. Like, I was using Mimic Tier for a lot of the reused bosses. Because the extra poise damage from Mimic Tier and also just splitting aggro on this boss is very powerful. I don't think she can actually combo from that. Damn, I didn't think she was gonna keep doing it. Actually, asking about left of the game. This might be why it feels so much easier. No, I think it's probably more the fact that I have like 6 of them and not 2 of them. Like, yes, that probably is a factor. But I think the fact that we have like +6 and not +2 is a bigger thing than it getting buffed. Because we just came straight here with like no blessings the first time. I really didn't think she was going to keep attacking me. That was... she started a new combo chain when I thought she was going to go to her second phase. And if she goes to her second phase, I could have staggered her, and the attacking would have paid off. But she didn't. Camera, hold on. This one. Lost a bunch of heals for that, but it's fine. Jump in. I just want to reset here. We lost so much healing. From that. Plus, there's kind of a time element to this, where the longer apart my attacks are, the more difficult it'll be to stagger her. And getting a stagger right as she hits phase 2 is a massive help for our damage. Because we want to be in her face. I shouldn't jump in that time. Attack me. We're getting better at this. Like I said, I definitely feel like it's possible. We got it down to like a third of her HP. We just have to do about a third of her HP in her second phase without dying if we do something similar, and we'll win. Did Dancepad Gaming start with DDO or just these shenanigans? I haven't played DDO since I was like 10. Dancepad Terraria was the first thing I did on Dancepad. So it was like gaming challenges. Okay, she's still gone. She's still... What the fuck is this boss, man? I bought it specifically for that, Jin. Like, what the fuck? I know I mentioned this before, but it is very, very annoying. There's a recurring theme in Elden Ring, and I mentioned this, I think, in Elden Ring Without Grace or Pot Only Elden Ring or something like that, where there are a large number of enemies who can just spontaneously decide that their openings are not openings. And they can either dodge out of the way or hit you with an attack before you can do anything. Bloodhound Knights are very bad at this. Rellana here is also doing this, where she has openings after her attacks, and I punish those openings by going in for a hit. But I have a slow weapon, and as a result of that, she can just decide to start another attack and dash out of the way before I hit her, and there's like nothing I can do about that, and there's no indication it's about to happen. Just her like recovery period is too low. And I outright just can't deal the damage. Like that. Okay, no, apparently she can combo that. You done? Done? Like that. Like, what the fuck is that? I finally get an opening. Finally! And she just backsteps out of it. Going. Elden Ring has a love-hate vibe to it with some of its BS, while the out story tries to make up for it. Yeah, like, I don't... What do you do in that situation? When the boss can just decide at any point in time, for any reason, your attack just misses. You get to attack once every 15 seconds if you're dodging them, and not just eating attacks, because of how long her combo chains are. And then she just decides to make your attack miss. It's like playing Morrowind. Random mischances on everything. You forgot I was on a Dancepad after looking away from the camera and just watching the game for like 15 seconds? I guess the solution is just not to use colossal swords, but I want to use them because I like them. There you go. You've got like 800 weapons in Elden Ring, but about 300 of them are like ripping your teeth out. Because the bosses can just spontaneously decide your attack doesn't work. Not to mention, why are we getting stutters in this boss fight? Come on. This is just a guy with a sword in a room. It should not be difficult to render. One of the other things I did was, the game's got a pretty heavy emphasis. I don't think this happened here, but this happens sometimes. Staggering enemies is a pretty big thing in Elden Ring, especially if you're using heavy weapons. The problem is, sometimes enemies will just decide they don't get staggered when you fill up their meter and should stagger them. If they're in the middle of a certain attack that they just can't be staggered out of, or if they're in the middle of like a moving animation, sometimes it just eats the stagger, and you're just left there feeling awful. Because that was a really important thing. There we go. Or to do that. Okay. Gotta get in their face here. Come on, man. You motherfucker! Twice in a row. Twice in a row, she just decides that my attack misses. It's the end of a combo chain. She's vulnerable. She should have a recovery period. No, she immediately snaps into another attack and you can't hit her. Oh, and also because you tried to attack her, oops, silly you, now she's actually hitting you. You fool. You tried to attack the boss, well now you've left yourself vulnerable and now she can attack you with another 15-hit combo. Oh, shit. Hold on. Elden Ring is just a prequel to Sekiro 2. Yeah, but in Sekiro you can deflect things. And yeah, there's the deflecting hard tier in this, but I don't have a shield. This looks pretty hard. It's very hard. Especially the part where we probably would have killed her if those 2 attacks landed. Genuinely. Like, we had a ton of poise damage on her because we were hitting the hell out of her as she was going into her second phase. If we hit those attacks with 2 jump attacks, she probably would have staggered. We would have gotten another 2 to 3 hits on her, and then she would have had like 10% HP. Like, we probably would have won that fight. What you gonna do? Jump in. Good rule of my heal windows being existent. Okay, no, she's on my face. Sword attack. Okay, that hit me. How long have I been fighting her for? Maybe like half an hour, 40 minutes. Not that long. And I mean, we're like getting to her down to like 25-30% HP. This is totally doable. It's just I need her to not spontaneously decide that my attacks don't hit. I really need to find an open heal. Should be it. Throw it. Jump in. Greatsword attack. I really want to stagger her before she goes to her second phase. Damn. It's so much better if I can stagger her before she goes to her second phase. Because then I get so much more time to attack her before... Like, yes, I was being greedy there, but I really thought she was going to stagger. To be fair, on regular controls, you can do a crouch hit, with which are the fastest colossal sword attacks, so dodging might be a Dancepad issue. Dude, why the fuck would you use colossal swords if you're just going to be walking up and crouch hitting everything? That feels like such a lame way of using the weapons. You got Element yesterday and Unavoidable right now. What kind of build would you recommend you use? I mean, what do you have right now? Generally, use whatever build you like. I mean, there's so many different weapons, and most of them perform fairly similarly, ultimately. There are very few bad weapons, so if you like a weapon, the way it feels, uses, whatever, just don't use double ultra great swords on DLC bosses. That's the big one. As these bosses are designed to fuck you over for being slow. Jump in. Okay. Besides my attack misses. Oh, okay, that was a run-up attack. Could you leave me alone for 3 seconds? Oh god, I wasn't... That was what I was talking about earlier. The, How's that? I'm just gonna kill me here. I wasn't pressing a button when I pressed dodge. You need to be pressing a direction when you press dodge. So instead I just backstepped, which caused me to get hit. Using Blood Fang, your friends are saying you're making the game too easy and not beating it because it's too easy with bleeding. I mean, like... It's your call what you want to use. Bloodhound Fang's good. Bleed is very powerful in Elden Ring. Bleed builds are usually like the meta builds. But like, if it's fun to use, go for it. If you don't want to use bleed, you can find... I forget if it's a dagger or a short sword, but you can find daggers or short swords that don't bleed. But generally, daggers and short swords use status effects because their innate damage is low and they hit frequently. So they're good for getting build up. You get like a long sword, a great sword like a claymore. Jump in. Still going. Like when I played the game for the first time, I think I was dual wielding the like Uchi Katana and an offhand short sword. The one that like power stances with the katana. And like that's a bleed build. I mean, it works well. Bleed's very powerful. There's no reason you need to arbitrarily make the game more difficult or not use a weapon because your friends say it's too easy. If you want it to be more difficult, sure, go for it, but If you're having fun with it, then nothing wrong with using it. In. Out. Can't see what's going on. Drop in the corner. Still, this is way better than, like, Fire Giant. I remember doing Fire Giant on Dancepad. That was an absolute nightmare. We spent, like, I want to say, like, 5 or 6 hours on it. It was ridiculous. The camera is so bad in that fight. Now, generally with Colossal Swords, you want to go for jump attacks. Jump attacks are very fast and also do hella poise damage, and just do a lot of damage outright. I think the crouch attack is probably the same as the rolling attack, which does not do very much damage at all. Either of us can hit each other. Fucking kidding me, man. Does she, like, input read and dodge when an attack is coming in? Like, is that... It doesn't even seem like it, because that's how she opens her attacks, regardless of whether I'm attacking. Talisman am I using? The stamina regen one, the equip load one, Erdtree's favor, and I think the one that buffs my intelligence to save me 5 levels for using the Ruin's Greatsword. So need 16 int for it. doesn't kill me. Shit. Just keeps going. I misplayed that a little bit. We could have done a lot better there. Not in terms of the dodging. In terms of the sequencing of the staggering. I thought she got into her second phase before I staggered her, but that was what we wanted to have happen. Which is, we staggered her just before she went into her second phase, and then she sits there for like 4 seconds, getting into her second phase, and also starting her first attack chain. And we wanted to be closer to her, because if you're close, she does the fire one, which is way easier to dodge. The magic one is a lot harder to dodge. Okay, awful start. You just kill me. Just have the boss sit for like half a second longer after her attacks before queuing up something else. And that would solve the boss jumping away issue, and it wouldn't really even be that meaningful, I feel like. It would just allow players with big weapons to actually hit the boss. This boss just doesn't have openings. Genuinely. They don't exist. I have to attack her when she's attacking, otherwise I just cannot deal damage to the boss. Because she just doesn't have openings. None whatsoever. managed to get payoffs. I'm not sure why it is that sometimes I can, like, position myself in a way that just makes all those attacks avoid me, and sometimes every single one will hit me. It's something to do with my positioning around her, but I'm not sure what about it specifically. And the worst part is I feel like we're going to die to the balls when they happen. Can we do something? Interesting. The fast one doesn't do enough to poise break me, but the slow one does. Okay. It's been 2 hours? No, it hasn't. We didn't fight, we didn't start this boss until like an hour ago. We spent a while going around and doing stuff. Is the Dancepad a good workout? I don't know. I mean, it's physical exercise. I don't know if it's any better or worse than other things. I'm hoping. Okay, I know what's going wrong here. I keep getting... I'm committing too hard to trying to trade attacks with her. I should probably, like, trade 1 or 2 attacks and then back out, because the highest damage parts of her combo are at the end. You know if you know, but Kaisina is failing on a boss that he's tried for like 900 times. I don't know who that is. Isn't that the Yu-Gi-Oh guy? One of the biggest Twitch streamers? Never would. Then. I'm releasing it again, just like a quarter of a second too late. Is it one of the Elden Ring bosses, EJ Cold? I wish bosses in this game had an indication of their posture, like in Sekiro. I miss being able to tell when you're about to knock an enemy down. Feels like such bullshit, man. It's a consistent issue with Elden Ring, but like... the concept of going... Yeah, Jin. It gets, like, red as it gets close. And then fills up. The fact that you can't heal in between combo attacks is such bullshit. Like, you can recognize the end of a combo chain. You can start healing the second that the damage hitbox ends after you roll, and their next combo will just start and hit you anyway. You also can't space yourself. Because the bosses are able to just slide up to you. At least this boss doesn't heal punish too much. It's really bad with some bosses where, seriously, like, what the fuck is this? It's genuinely impossible for me to attack this boss. I cannot deal damage to her. The only situation where I can is if I just put myself in front of her attacks while she's attacking. She has no openings at all, period, ever. Never. Not a single one of her attacks. I tried parrying. Fuck parrying. If I wanted to parry, I wouldn't be playing the game with double up the Greatswords. Well, I guess these... I should be saying if I wanted to have fun, I shouldn't be playing with double up the Greatswords. Because that one actually hit her. No jump. I wasn't pressing the button. Good roll. You gonna do anything? Oh, do something. Really easy against her, but I don't want to do that. If I wanted to do that, I wouldn't be playing on a Dancepad. That's just press a button simulator. Like, I want to play the game like this. This is fun. Parrying would be incredibly boring to me. I do not like parrying in Elden Ring. Period. It's not fun, in my opinion. If I wanted to parry in Elden Ring, I would go play a different game, like Sekiro, where parrying is actually fun. I'm playing Elden Ring because I want to use what's in Elden Ring, not use something in Elden Ring that's just a worse iteration of things in other games. We're dead. That was on me. My heal button, there's like a slight delay I have to do with healing because I accidentally swapped to an alternate control scheme as I was trying to move. Like, yeah, I'm aware. There are ways I could be doing this that would make the game easier. I don't care. I want to play the game like this. The openings are fiction, we made them up. That's what it seems like. It's very clear whoever does playtesting at FromSoft uses, like... Actually, I don't even think FromSoft does playtesting at this point. Genuinely, it is easier for me to get openings that is such bullshit, man. Like, I have to... The way that the timing there lined up, I knew she was going to do her sword attack, but I have to preempt when she's going to do her sword attack by like half a second to a second. But the problem is she just did something that wasn't her sword attack, so I thought she wasn't going to do it, because normally she does it as soon as she hits that HP value, but I guess she already had the attack queued up. It is genuinely, and this feels awful doing this, but it is easier for me to get attack openings just walking up to her and attacking her than it is trying to attack after her combos finish. Like, just spontaneously going, I'm going to jump attack her, is more effective than actually trying to, like, pay attention to what she's doing and act accordingly. What? Oh, fuck! I accidentally changed my control scheme around. Did it again. Jeez. I'm getting sloppy with my button presses. Okay. Preemptively heal here, because she's a... It's fine. About to do a sword attack. DPS as hard as we can. Shit. Fucked. Unless I get lucky here. Yeah. I am really shocked that she didn't stagger there. I was going hard at her because I was thinking that she was going to stagger. She was... How tiring is it? Not very. As she was going into things. There's a lot of hoping that she'll stagger, or expecting her to stagger. I don't know if she was in the middle of an attack that she couldn't be staggered out of, because I hit her a lot and she didn't stagger. Maybe when she's, like, past a certain point in her phase 2 transition, she can't be staggered. During that attack. I don't think so, though. In. Do her. No? Bro, are you gonna do your attack? No? There we go. I kind of got screwed over there because I think I got staggered by one of the small projectiles coming in that stopped me from rolling the Greatsword properly. I'm not positive, but I thought I timed that correctly, but I still got hit by it. I think I'm trying to attack when she, Oh, I misspaced it. Shit. Why did I not heal? Huh? Did I... Oh, I probably pressed the horse button on accident. It's right next to the heal button. Drink, down. Open. Shit. His boss sucks. Please. If I jump, I should unfragment. I swear I'm pressing roll on these. How long have I been attempting it for? Doesn't matter. The answer is not long enough, seeing as she's still alive.
Hold on.
That a little bit. That's not something I can plan for, okay. I didn't realize that the slash had more range than the down thrust. I outranged the down thrust. I thought the slash wouldn't hit me, but I guess for some reason it has more range. But no, it's not something I can plan for, Kirikip. There's... It's based on my positioning around her, and I want to be slightly to her side. souls around. I am aware that I'm dying, Yuka. I am here. Where did I get 1,800 souls from? Something must be dying somewhere. Yeah, the bosses in the DLC are pretty resistant to staggering. It's quite difficult, in my experience, to stagger them. Especially because they, love to just, ignore staggers. There are certain attacks they can do that they just cannot be staggered out of. Your sword. Bullshit that hit me. Damn. If we had dodged that correctly, that would have gone really well. That was a really good stagger timing. I just apparently mistimed that sword dodge. Has verticality. Okay. I think I already knew that. It was one of the things that I managed to jump over. I think it was when she does this. I had one time jumped over it. Okay, those have hitboxes. They have hitboxes in the air, apparently, because they don't hit you when you're just standing in front of her. Specifically, I guess if you're trying to do a jump attack, she'll hit you with those. stand attack. This is bad. We stopped it from doing the extended version of it. And of course, she just adds on extra attacks to all of her phase 1 attacks. Because that's fun. It's really fun when you, like, learn an attack, and then the game just decides to pull out more hits from it. Like, 5 more. Especially when she can just decide to cancel the combo in the middle of it. There's not really any way to know when she's ending her combo. Like, sometimes she won't follow that up, and sometimes she will. And if she decides to follow it up and try to attack, you will die. If she doesn't, then it's an opening, and you're gonna feel stupid for missing it. Come on, stagger. I believe in you. Okay. Shit. I think we're getting pushed up against the wall here. No? Get in my face. This is a really fucking long combo. I hate this boss. Just the fact that I can't hit her. Like, I don't know how to do that second phase when it is just not possible for me to hit the boss because every single time I try to attack her, she just dodges out of the way. My only option of trading blows when she does like a third of my HP in one hit and hits like 12 times. Missed? Come on. I'm really hoping to stack over here. I need that. This boss is bullshit. She's bullshit, but we can kill her. Fire and Ice Sword's an idea a 5-year-old can come up with. It's, I mean, like, visually it's kind of cool, but I feel like the thing for me is that this boss is just a guy with swords, or I guess a girl with swords. But, like, there's not really anything interesting about her design. She's just a person with swords. Oh, great, we got knocked down. Why did we get knocked down? We actually full on knocked down. I was low on stamina? Hey. So we have to remember we cannot jump attack her phase 2 transformation. Any other attack is fine, but if we specifically jump attack, she hits us out of the air. I feel like this boss would be a lot better if she, like, staggered when you hit her. Just, like, flinched. That's what Malenia does. And is what makes fighting Malenia with colossal weapons, you know, bearable. She's actually vulnerable to... She has weaknesses. This boss has no weaknesses that I can exploit with colossal swords. You get 120 stagger HP, you're not staggering her unless you're spamming some bum AO Asher War. I keep scrolling past Mimic Deer, and I keep considering it, but I really want to just kill her on my own, because I know I can. We've gotten her very close. We've gotten her down to like 20% HP before. And yeah, it sucked, but one of these times, it'll work. Myself. Surely she can't catch me. You fucking kidding me? I can't even punish that attack? That is like her most punishable attack. Good linger. That's the version that she just adds on more attacks to. If we play that second phase better, we can do this. I'm probably going to die to her balls, though. I don't know the ball timing. Yeah, it was a good run. It was going really well. Damn, I thought I could space that. Unfortunately, this is Elden Ring, where spacing is dead. Good, good, good. Chop off. It feels completely random whether or not I can attack her in that phase. If she does good attacks, I can. If she doesn't, I just die. There's no rhyme or reason of, like, reaction to what she's doing. It's just hoping she does the attacks that aren't just, like, endless combo chains and chase me nonstop. Because if she does, there's, like, can't do anything against that. Like, even if I were to dodge them perfectly, I would have no stamina to attack her with afterwards. Going. In there. I don't want to force her yet. I want her to do a sword attack. Yeah. I wasn't. All of that because I mistakenly pressed right there instead of right there, which meant that I didn't actually roll the attack. That was like perfect. Except I slightly misplaced a toe, which meant that we didn't actually roll, which meant that she just did 90% of our damage, or 90% of our HP with an attack. Pop my double 2 on this. Swing an arrow soul melter EX and then dying from contact damage? I don't know what that is. Does anybody actually like Rellana, Promised Consort, either of those two bosses? Like anybody? Not necessarily in chat, but like other streamers or gamers, or like what are the redeeming qualities of these boss fights? A lot of people like them, but majority Souls player don't. People like Rellana? Why? What's the... Why do people like this boss? What's likable about her? All your friends think she's really cool? A lot of friends think she's really cool. You don't see it. I'm saying say they like Udon Consort. Like, I know got Stockholm syndrome from him. Cool and fun to fight are different. They hated the fight, but after beating him, it suddenly peak. What, after they don't have to play the game anymore? I struggle to imagine a player that fights Rellana and then goes, that was fun. I want to go do that again. Right? Like when I killed like Mesmer or Midra, it was like, okay, yeah, I want to do that again. That was fun. When I killed Rellana, it was like, thank fucking God that's over. And then same thing with Promised Consort. Ramina? Oh, Ramina was like the scorpion lady, right? Yeah, she was fun. It was a nice visual spectacle, too. No? Do it now. No? Cool, you're gonna... do that attack? She's gonna kill me. Ramita was cool. I did feel a tiny bit. It was a cool visual spectacle. I do remember going, okay, so we're just doing the putting a topless person on top of a monster again. But at least it was, you know, it was cool. Yeah, it felt more like a homage. Yeah, we're just gonna spam this attack, huh? What? 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 She's never done that before. She went into her phase 2 and didn't immediately start doing the thing that she always opens her phase 2 with. What? Why can she do that? It's not even like I staggered her out of it or something. She just outright didn't do the attack she opens her second phase with. And instead did something that killed me because I was expecting her to do the attack that she always does. I mistakenly switched to the wrong control scheme and then unlocked the camera, which instantly kills me. I'm about 5 attempts away from just using Mimic Tear. You know, while spamming Oath of Endure and just L1ing her would work. I don't know what those are. But I don't use my Astral Board, it's a free buff. It sucks. It's 60 seconds, it does nothing. It is basically useless. I also don't have it bound, because it's useless. It is what? +5 to all my stats? All my stats are at their soft caps. Doesn't change the fact that it's not bound and I can't use it. Nor is there any way for me to use it. What level am I at? I don't know. Enough for strength and vigor to be at their soft caps, and my endurance is like 50. I mean, if we just want poise, I can... The Endure part of the Oath is nuts. 5 seconds of 45% damage reduction. I don't know what you're talking about. Doing it again. She's just not using the attack she's supposed to use at the start of her thing. Also, the other reason the Ash of War is not going to help is, even if I used it, which would be annoying to set up, I would use it at the Fog Gate because I wouldn't really be able to switch to use it during the actual fight because I can't have it bound because I have other things I need to have bound. Which would give me a very minor buff for the first phase of the fight, which is not the problem. I don't need help with the first phase of the fight. You set it with the controller, then play with the Dancepad? I'm not sure I understand what you're saying. Now, trust me, the Ash of War is not going to help. Yeah, no, this is just a continuation of my previous Dancepad playthrough. Which is also why a lot of things are not an option, because, like, we're limited to what I got during my previous playthrough on a Dancepad. Not just any item in the game. I still don't understand what you're saying, though. Oh, now she does it. That's very nice of her. Like, what do you mean, the binding? Like, the way it works is I have a software. The controller's not involved. It's just binding inputs on the Dancepad to keyboard presses. I don't know what you're asking because I think it's just fundamentally disconnected from what I actually do. A controller is not involved in any way. It is just using a software to bind buttons on the Dancepad to keyboard presses. And I have to do that beforehand because, I mean, I couldn't play the game if I didn't have buttons bound. Okay, I will give her one more attempt and then just start summoning Mimic Tear, because I'm pretty sure Mimic Tear will just kick the shit out of her, and this boss fight is miserable. Much like many of Elden Ring's late game boss fights, which is why I got Mimic Tear in the first place. During the original Dancepad Elden Ring, I think we did no Ash summons until after Fire Giant, and Fire Giant, after killing Fire Giant, I went, yeah, this game sucks. I don't really feel like engaging with the rest of these bosses. They are pretty miserable. And I'm just going to use Mimic Tear. So we'll give it one more attempt. And if this doesn't work out, then we'll just use Mimic Tear. Okay, Mimic Tear it is. How do you cope with having done bad things? Like, what? What? Yeah, I could completely understand why Jerma hated this boss. Completely feel for you, man.
How did I get unlocked? What's she attacking me?
Cut it. Beat you up in the water. You gonna get staggered, bro? Jeez. I am shocked that she did not get staggered with both of us sitting there, wailing on her. I said that I liked Melania. Yeah. I mean, if you take Waterfowl Dance out of the equation, I find Melania to be very enjoyable. When you add Waterfowl Dance in, I find Melania to be enjoyable when she's not doing Waterfowl Dance. Waterfowl-less Melania would probably be my favorite boss in the game. On account of Melania having Waterfowl. Honestly, I don't really know who that goes to. Crucible might be pretty cool. There we go. Can you stagger? Waterfowl forces you to use freeze pots? No, the strategy for dodging Waterfowl is you unlock, like, dodge backwards, and then, like, dodge to the left, and then it'll usually still clip you with a little bit, but it's doable. It's just really annoying. And also, like, if you are too close to her when she starts doing it, or you recognize it a second too late, you just die. And yeah, great shields work, but the problem is she still heals when she does that, which makes it interact camera, lock on, use. So instead she just heals a ton of her HP. Lock it. How has she not staggered? Genuinely. There we go. Oh, did we just stagger out of the attack? Okay. Guess we canceled it. I mimicked you. I believe in you. Do me a solid, buddy. Honestly, Mimic Tier is just soloing her. Dude, Mimic Tier actually God Tier. Just standing in front of her and face tanking the shit out of her. Man, that was way more fun than actually fighting the boss. Mimic Tier hard carry. Yeah, for the bosses that suck, I think I'm gonna be a lot more leaning towards just summoning Mimic Tier. I don't like doing it because it kind of removes the engagement from the boss fight, right? And for the bosses that can actually be fun to fight, it kind of feels like you're doing them dirty. But honestly, a lot of the bosses in this DLC just suck. And they're not fun to engage with. And they're not fun to interact with. But it is fun just beating the shit out of them with Mimic Tear. I am astonished. Does Mimic Tear have, like, reduced poise damage or something? He must. But, like, significantly reduced poise damage or something. Because like, she didn't stagger until her second phase, and we were wailing on her non-stop. There's no way it doesn't have reduced poise damage. Like, we were beating the shit out of her. There's no way we did that much damage that quickly and she didn't stagger until phase 2, unless she was doing an attack that she couldn't be staggered out of, and we, like, skipped the first stagger. Okay. Now we get to go back to playing the game. Keep pumping strength. I like Dancing Lion. We haven't fought Dancing Lion yet. Which boss is next? Good question. I don't know. My priority is probably going to be getting Erdtree fragments. Wow, we made it to Altus Plateau. What a fun new area. Did we win? Yeah. Mimic Tear and I went ahead and kicked the shit out of her. There's a person here. Oh, this is Letta.
Ah, fine. I am Leda. But you two, have you met Mike? They were drawn here by Mick. You must have been doubtless it all. Were it not for this, is what I'll work. Wondering about the true enough? Long ago, a cleansing. It's no wonder that aside, and in this room, they will never say just happened to, but it's still a...
Wait a minute. What if I just kill Letta right now? Right? You can't? What do you mean you can't? That's bullshit. She just vanishes? What? Talk about the illusion of choice. What is this? Oh, this thing. I'm gonna go grab some water real quick. Back in a minute. You ain't skipping a mandatory boss that easily? Can you kill every possible ally that she summons in the boss fight, like before the boss? That's a good question. So, the people that she has available is based on the quest lines that you've completed, right? Like, I think, Horn Scent, the guy right there, can't you, like, stop him from being on Mikkela's side? If you, like, do his quest? And there's, like, the big heavy armor guy, more. I imagine Dryleaf Dane is on her side regardless. But it's Horn... When I was doing it, it was Horn Scent, Moore, Dryleaf Dane, and Letta. You can't kill Letta. You did his quest and he invaded you before the Letta boss fight. There was a part of Letta quest where she wants to hunt Horn Scent. Okay, so you just kill Hornsent, or you convince Hornsent to be on your side? If you progress Hornsent's quest, it stops him from trying to... from being in the letter fight, right? He dies either way? Okay. What does progressing his quest entail? What I remember is he just was depressed when I killed Mesmer, and that was the last time I saw him. I watched a fair amount of my content recently. What pronouns do I use? He, him. Is it, like, difficult? Do I have to, like, summon him for a boss? Or do I just, like, talk to him in a couple different places? Summon him in the I don't want to do that. Do you summon him before the boss fight or after the boss fight? Like, is it like an in the boss fight thing, or is it like you have to find the summon thing in the boss fight? In the room? That's really difficult for me to do on a Dancepad. Because I need to find it, press the use button, and then scroll to the left, and then summon him. Where is the summon sign in the boss fight? Is it, like, I know Egon is immediately after the fog gate. It's pretty easy to get him immediately. Is Hornsent, like, immediately after the fog gate, or is it, like, deep in the thing? You have a second to summon him, you have to run in. Yeah, because Mesmer opens with the big AoE thing, right? I mean, I can try, I guess. Do I need to do anything else? Like, Hornsent's here. Do I need to talk to him somewhere else after this, or is this just... is this sufficient?
You have a knack for timing. I found the site of a new... Mikola has said as much. He says the truth of his claim is evidence enough. Goldrum is misshapen in that forsaken place. Blood must spill. Goldrum is misshapen in that forsaken...
Okay. Well, from what I remember, Rellana is the worst boss until Gaius and Promised Consort. I think up until Gaius and Promised Consort, I don't remember any of the other bosses being nearly as bad as Rellana. So, on the plus side, we got that going for us. Let me check the map. I want to get the map for this area. Straight north from where I am right now. Another thing, so when Mikola shatters his ring, that, like, isn't Gaius skippable? We don't have to fight Gaius, but Gaius has got 5 Erdtree fragments after him, which is a lot. That's the reward for Gaius. Like, we don't have to do Gaius, but 5 Erdtree fragments is pretty good. Probably something in this church, straight west from where I am. For you, Hornsent was before entering the fight? IGN shows the same in screenshots. If it's before entering the fight, I don't know about that one. Do I like Elden Ring story or lore? No, not really. think its lore is confusing. I don't really understand it that well. And did I like it in the other games? Yes. I think part of the other reason why I'm not that big on Elden Ring's lore is because it kind of just feels like rehashing Dark Souls lore. Just with like a shiny new coat of paint. Like, yes, a lot of the world building is different, but like the core thing of... It's basically, instead of being an ashen one from the first flame to go rekindle the fire, you're a tarnished one being sent by the Elden Ring to go, like, repair the ring. And that just feels boring. It just feels like Dark Souls lore, but with a sticker taped on top of it that says it's something else. Yeah, welcome back, Striker EXE. Yeah, we're back. And it's, by Dark Souls 3, it was getting old. And then essentially having the same story again is... not very engaging. Whereas, like, Sekiro, again, completely different story there. Didn't feel like Dark Souls lore at all. And as a result of that, it felt interesting. Going through, finding out about the world, learning things. So, I remember I didn't want to go to Bonnie Village or the Shadow Keep until I progressed NPC questlines, because that's when the Mikola would shatter his part of his great rune, and that would cause his spells to break and NPCs would kill each other. Have I progressed their questline sufficiently that I can go to those locations now? Does anyone know? Because I know Ansbach is in Shadowkeep, and we could get the Cerulean... Oh no, not Cerulean. The extra Estus heal thing. You know, played a Souls-like before? Well, if you're going to start somewhere, I'd suggest not Elden Ring. I usually suggest Dark Souls 1 or Dark Souls 3 as starting points for the series. Okay, let's just explore around a bit. Look for fragments, kill small bosses here and there. Do something else before just going up to do more Rellana-esque content. And the quest lines are fine, they broke, they may break. For you, they broke later on. Okay. Is that okay for you? Dude's following me. Do I like how Elden Ring looks? Its aesthetic? Not really. It's better aesthetically than Dark Souls 3. I think Dark Souls 3 was the low point of the Dark Souls series in terms of visuals. Everything in Dark Souls 3 was kind of just like dingy and dark. Elden Ring is bright, and that's cool. It's got some really cool looking areas, but no. I mean, like, Dark Souls 1 and especially Dark Souls 2, their visual styles felt a lot less dingy than Dark Souls 3. It's not that Dark Souls 3 is, like, dark, it's that it's dirty. Like, everything in that game just feels dingy. And the color palette is pretty similar throughout the entire game. It feels like everything's kind of in, like, a brown to gray color palette with a bit of red thrown in. Because the whole world's supposed to be, like, ashen and dying. Dark Souls 2 was very colorful, and had a very distinctive color palette. That was quite fun. And the original Dark Souls was varied a lot. But aesthetically, I felt like it had more personality than Dark Souls 3. And with Elden Ring, I think part of my issue is just... the game has some really cool aesthetics. The open plains can look beautiful. The Erdtree is gorgeous. You know, some of the DLC areas, like the Cerulean Coast, look really cool. But the game is so big that a lot of the aesthetics just feel empty and hollow. Like, in the DLC, the Shadow Altus and the Gravesite Plain, they don't look bad necessarily, but they kind of just look like the base game, and after being in the base game for hours and hours and hours, it just kind of feels blah, especially because the world might be big, but it feels very empty, and when you have very big visual areas that are beautifully designed but without stuff in them, it kind of just feels like you're walking around nothing. And I think for me, my enjoyment of an area is intertwined with the area actually being populated with interesting things, as opposed to just existing. I'm here to get some smithing stones, because I've got a Greatsword I want to upgrade. I feel like Elden Ring also kind of has... it's got the Dark Souls 3 aesthetic going still. Where Elden Ring looks like a brighter version of Dark Souls 3, but Dark Souls 3 to me still just felt kind of off visually in a way that I never really liked. Okay? You guys remember these guys. What a fantastic way to populate the DLC area. Everybody loved Misbegottens in the first, like, hour of the game when they showed up. The color palette and all how the colors, clothes and armors feel kind of over-designed. You know what, I think part of my thing, and I'm not sure how to articulate this, but you might understand what I'm saying. When it comes to enemy designs in Elden Ring, it felt like all of the bosses and, like, there were so many guys who were just person in armor wielding sword, guy with sword, as I've called them many times, and it just feels visually underwhelming. Because I feel like the look of guy in armor with sword, it all just looks the same in some way. Just the way the armors are designed, the way the swords are designed, it all just looks the same. You know, contrast like guy with sword that felt very visually distinct would be like Artorias in Dark Souls 1. He's much bigger than you. He's got a very distinctive armor. He's got abyss goop dripping off of him. He's got a very distinctive head. Whereas I feel like the armors in this game all just look medieval coded and have a limited range of colors and just don't feel very visually exciting to me. Which is part of the reason why I find guy with sword so underwhelming. How many guys with sword bosses were there in Dark Souls 1? I think it was just Artorias. Oh yeah, and Gwyn. Ornstein's a guy with a spear. But also had a very, very distinctive armor style. A lot of the demons had large implements, like Taurus Demon with his axe, and Asylum Demon with the hammer and Capra Demon with his machete. But again, those bosses all had very distinctive visual styles. Like, the character design for all of the bosses in Dark Souls 1, they don't just feel like guy with sword, they feel like very distinct guy with sword or guy with spear. And no armor for most of them. The demons don't have armor, no. Ornstein has armor. You have like the Silver and Black Knights, who weren't bosses, but they were just kind of guys with swords. And Dark Souls 1 has the benefit of being effectively the first in this series. I'm not counting Demon Souls. I think Dark Souls 1 did have a lot of guys who were just guys with sword, but they were not just guys with swords. They were giant demon with sword, giant skeleton lord, Nito with sword, giant guy corrupted by the abyss with sword, which feels a lot more distinct. Even if mechanically the bosses play the exact same way, in terms of design, it feels a lot more interesting seeing something visually like that. Sword, a giant dog with sword, right? You got Sif. I did not like these guys. You gotta get behind them to hit them, but you can't just strafe them. Oh, also they just do obscene amounts of damage. Okay. These guys suck. They're so, like... The whole point of the enemy is to get behind them, but the enemy has incredible tracking and turnaround attacks that it's really difficult to get behind them. It feels like that enemy is designed just to screw with you. Like, they're not meant to be fought. They're designed to make you think you can kill them. And then when you actually fight them, they just have random snap around turns and deal all of your health in one attack. What's the reward in this dungeon? I don't remember. I'm here for smithing stones, Pet Q. These ruined forges have a ton of smithing stones, and I have a greatsword that I'd like to upgrade to plus 25. Because right now I'm using somber stone weapons, and I think the greatsword is better than the grafted blade greatsword. But I don't have the upgrade materials for it. Don't I have bell bearings? No. How are the controls mapped? It's complicated. I don't really have a good way to explain. It's a pretty complex control scheme. I have WASD and attack as my default control set. I can adjust to an alternative control scheme, where I can heal, lock on, and unless you mean like the software, in which case the software is Xpadder. I'm mapping it with Xpadder. What fair damage values? Jesus. Okay, I see the guy. Give me the material. Come on. Okay, other guy's coming. It's alright, they're all slow. No, I don't have the bell bearings because I did this. This is just a continuation of my original Dancepad playthrough, and I didn't. Oh, he's petting the lava slime. That's cool. I didn't go collect all the bell bearings because I was using somber stone weapons. I intentionally picked up somber smithing stone weapons so I wouldn't have to do all that. Weapon do I want to upgrade? The Greatsword. As I'm fairly certain, a plus 25 Greatsword is better than... I've played Dark Souls games with the Dancepad? No, I've been wanting to. Yeah, I'm fairly certain that a plus 25 heavy greatsword is better than the grafted blade greatsword for just a pure strength build. The only reason I'm using the grafted blade greatsword is because it was too much work upgrading the greatsword originally. And it was much easier just getting the somber stones. Did I miss a lever? I totally missed a lever. I thought... I thought I was going to drop down in a platform that I could walk on. I was wrong. Sorry. Good opportunity to drop these. We can check our smithing stone numbers after this. I think my mom wants to go out for ice cream sometime soon, so I might stop streaming to go get ice cream at some point. What is he even doing up there? Or down there? Okay, let's think about it. Maybe it's this way. Yeah, that's where I fall. There's a guy here, but he doesn't see me. He doesn't care. Anything over here? Stone 8s. I'm sure those just look putting glass shards on guys. I remember this. There's just a... Isn't this the end? Grab this. I'm pretty sure that's the end. But no, because each of these things has a thing you're supposed to activate, doesn't it? Activate a lever. The lever opened this door. I'm gonna run and check in there. Is backseating allowed? For this area? Sure. I don't care. Is there something else to be done in here? Is there another path that branches off from there? Lever inside the tunnel. Lever in the tunnel on the right. Right at the beginning. Wait. Behind the door I just opened, yeah. Come on, dude, get in here. Alright, so it should be on the left now. Up here? Okay. Is there like an overarching benefit to doing these side dungeons? Oh, a Greatsword. I didn't actually get this. On my first playthrough, I never got up here. Let's see. Interact. Menu. They just give resources and weapons. Okay. I wasn't sure if there's going to be something like, oh yeah, if you go to all of the forges and activate all of them, you unlock a super forge. But I guess that would be expecting too much from software. Ancient Meteoric or Greatsword. It is D strength scaling. Ugh. Man, I was really hoping that one might actually be good. Was it worth it? Nope. And it scales with arcane. I guess that's its niche, but... let me check my... Let's see. This weapon was nuts upgrades, though. Why? Like, what's good about it? Oh, because, like, does it scale well with arcane? Like, if you have very high arcane, then... Oh, the Ash of War. So, is it 6 of each smithing stone for the upgrades? Yeah. We need smithing stone 1s, 7s, 8s, and 9s. I'm sure we'll get some eventually. You need 12 of each? God. I'm thinking of regular Dark Souls, aren't I? Isn't like regular Dark Souls... Or Dark Souls 3, it's like 1, 2, 3. But Elden Ring is 2, 4, 6. God. Who designed this game? Can I go punch Miyazaki? I'm gonna rest at the Grace here, because going back to the beginning doesn't get you Grace. Oh, we got a Shadow Realm Blessing, though. Menu. Use. Okay. Up to level 8. You can get all bell bearings from 2 dungeons. 1 is just collectible, and 1 I should already have. I don't care. Who's this guy? Okay, go check out to the right over here. Might as well. Wait, no, I want map. What's the one? Destruction? Yeah, destruction. Like, I really don't want to go back to the base game and do side questing in the incredibly boring base game dungeons. Just to go get bell bearings so I can buy smithing stones. Right? Like, there's DLC content that lets me get the smithing stones. At least that's something new. At least it's somewhat interesting. I'm not going to go back and just beat up some random crystallion in a cave. Like, if I can get the upgrade materials in a reasonable manner, because there's a lot of them just sitting around the DLC, I'll do it. If not, I'm not going to upgrade the weapon. Nah, Gummy Worms peak enemy design. Is there something over there? Is it? Was there something flashing black on screen over here? It totally looked like there was. Oh, something's got HP down there. Oh, is this where the dragon's fighting the guys? Something wants to fight me. The boar. The boar wants to fight me. Okay. Yeah, the gummy worm guys. The big noodly guys coming out of... The frame rate is pretty bad. Yeah, unfortunately that's the DLC. Be cool if Erdtree fragments were like universal smithing stones? What do you mean? Like you could just use them for any upgrade? I'm not fighting this dragon. We already killed one of these ghost flame dragons. I am not killing another one. Oh. The weapons are getting the usual upgrade. Instead they get like a yellow +3 based on how many fragments you use. Like upgrading your weapons. Yeah, I get what you're saying. Take your weapon to like +30 or something. Or pull a code from Dark Souls 1 book and like modify your weapon with like a DLC blacksmith or like a new upgrade path to +5, something like that. Rune arc. Yeah, the other thing is I skipped a lot of content in the base game. I believe we have one great rune. Godric's. Which is why we have it equipped. I don't even think I have other great runes unlocked. I just never went to the towers. I think the game should just let you summon spirit ashes anywhere, honestly. Tap for demon. Rune arcs were your biggest issue with the game. Not only was the game supposed to revolve around runes, you also lose their effects on death, which is a huge part of the game. But I also just felt like a lot of the runes just sucked. I don't remember them exactly, but I remember... Godric's Great Rune just gets, like, completely outclassed by Morgoth's, which is just, like, the HP buff, right? Melania's Great Rune, I'm pretty sure I remember just sucking. It was not worth it at all. And a lot of the other ones I just felt like weren't good. Same as Embers in Dark Souls. Well, but the game automatically embers you in Dark Souls 3. Like, Dark Souls 3 embers were a full heal and also an HP buff. It would be like if consuming a rune arc with Morgoth's Great Rune also fully healed you. And also you got your rune every time you killed a boss, which in Elden Ring would actually be really cool, because Elden Ring has a ton of bosses, and it would give you a reason to go fight enemies and bosses, right? If you got your rune activated for it. And it would feel a lot more impactful. I gotta leave in 10 minutes to go get ice cream, so I think I'm gonna be calling it here for the day. We killed Rellana, and I think I also learned from Rellana that for the sucky bosses, I'm just gonna use Mimic tier. I'm not even gonna bother with trying to engage with them, because it's just gonna be a miserable experience like Rellana was. You got rune arcs for winning invasions, so average players won't get many of them. Yeah. I mean, honestly, genuinely, I think if just you got your rune activated for killing a boss, that alone would make it feel a lot more impactful. And actually justify the absurd amounts of bosses that Elden Ring has. I'll have to look into things. Decide what I want to do next stream. We're making good progress, though. We've got our Blessing pretty well upgraded. We killed Rellana, who is kind of a big gateway boss to a lot of other content. There's probably going to be a lot of exploring and less concrete boss fights for a little bit. You know, some smaller side bosses. I imagine either Midra or Mesmer are going to be the next, like, major boss we fight. Maybe Bale. Depending on how it feels. We'll have to see. But yeah, for now, bye everyone.